a special welcome to the Nashero Council and to our tribal members who are here. My name is Walter Echohawk, and the time is, the date is April 11, and the time is 5:40. And we are gathered here this evening for a joint meeting between the Pawnee Business Council and our Nashero Council. And I'd like to call our meeting to order at this time. We do have some food here, and we're going to ask one of our chiefs to render an invocation to bless the food as well as our meeting. And so with that, Chief Leading Fox, I'll ask TWAT, Mr. Adrian Spotted Horse Chief, if he would render an invocation for us, please, sir. Thank you for that, TWAT. And if you would lead our eaters through the food line, I'd appreciate that since you offered our prayer. And tribal members, if you could just line up for an evening snack here, follow Adrian on through the line, and then we up here will go after you all, tribal members. Nashero Council, Chief, our head chief, I'll turn that over to you and your council.
Thank you, Mr. President. Treasurer Jim, go ahead and take the roll, please.
Sadu Pat Leading Fox.
Here.
Sadu Gilbert Beard.
Excused.
Sadu Frank Adson.
Here.
Sadu Tim Jim. Here. Sadu Morgan Littleson.
Here.
Sadu Adrian Spotted Horse Chief.
Here.
Sadu Matt Reed.
Here.
Sadu David Canuho.
Here. Okay. We do have a quorum.
Thank you, and now I'll ask Secretary Gardapi if he'll call the roll for the Business Council, please.
Yes, sir. Walter Echohawk.
Tita Ku.
Jordan Canuho.
Here.
George Gardapi here. Carol Chapman.
Here.
Cynthia Butler.
Here.
Donna Hare.
Titaku.
Gene Evans.
Here.
Sammy Kimball.
Here.
Thank you, Council. We do have a quorum. So at this time, I'll call upon the Council to approve the agenda. And I understand there's some changes and modifications of our agenda this evening. Mr. Secretary, if you could let us know what those changes are.
Yes, sir. So we are going to take off number 8, approval of resolution 2227, building allocation business venture. We're going to take that off. And then we're going to add under new business number 8, approval of resolution 2223, Pawnee Nation Fiscal Policy and Procedure Edition, Appendix C, Section 5, collateralization of bank accounts, public funds. We'll add that to number 8. And then we will add a section 6, executive session. Number 1, discussion and/or action on personnel matter. And number 2, discussion and/or action on Tribuquint LLP, LLP involvement. And those are the changes.
Thank you for filling us in on that. Council, are there any other changes or additions to the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Changes.
Before we call for a vote on that, let me ask the Nashero Council if you have any agenda items that you would care to add this evening.
No.
Okay. So call for the vote, please, sir.
I'll second.
Oh, is there a second? I'm sorry. Jumping ahead again.
Sorry. Ding Robert's rules. I'm just kidding. Jordan Canuho? Yes. George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler? Donna Hare?
Yes.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Thank you, Council. Motion carries. So we have an agenda this evening, and the next item up is open forum. And again, I'd like to welcome each and every one of our tribal members who are here with us this evening. You have with you both councils of the Pawnee Nation, both the business. Yes, you have both councils that are gathered here this evening, folks, and so we are looking forward to the open forum. So at this time, if there's anyone here or anyone online that would like to address the council, the floor is yours. Jamie, do we have anybody signed up virtually that would like to address the council? Folks? Yes, Auntie? Sky?
Because what I wanted to talk to say is I'm glad that you're having both because I believe, I'm 85, but I'm not as old as some of the others. But we've had a lot of our people go on.
Check, 1, 2, check, yeah.
Give that to our men over here. Give them that power that was taken from them. I understand. I'll go listen to those things. One of the things now that they can act on. And when that was taken away, I don't think that was right. Our people way back there, they made that condition that our Nasharo Council would have more of a part, And I realize that you all, the Business Council, I realize that you do all our business and stuff, but there's other things that our council here was deprived of. And I don't know why it was ever taken away. And I believe that we need to give back to them the authority that they had, that they could do things that was set up way back there. And that's just all I had to say tonight. I want to say that I voted for you guys, and I knew that you were going to be good for us, but sometimes I've kind of got a little disappointed in you. I don't mean that I'm dissatisfied with everything you've done, because you've done some good things, but there's things too that, these men over here needs to oversee a lot of that stuff. But anyway, that's all, and I thank you that you give me an opportunity just to, say a little bit.
Thank you for that, Auntie. Those are really good words, and our chiefs have always been important to the Pawnee Nation, and from way back, they led our nation, and through all kinds of treaties and times of peace, times of war, buffalo hunt, and we really owe the fact that we survived to our chiefs that went before us, and so we've tried to empower the chiefs, to get them a budget and also offices in Building 1, and as to restoring the powers that were took away by the earlier, I guess about a decade ago, we are going to be holding a constitutional convention later this year, and all of these chiefs will be involved, as well as these council members and other members of the tribe. And during that constitutional convention, in terms of we're wanting to strengthen and upgrade and modernize our Constitution, and we can take a look at that issue at that time. And when we're done with that constitutional convention, we'll have our amendments that we want to make, and we'll take a good look at the powers of the chiefs and what you just said during that time, you know. So perhaps this time next year, we'll have all of these in order. And I for one, am a big supporter of our Chiefs Council. These gentlemen here are very wise, they're very able, and we're very fortunate to have them serving in this capacity. And so I thank you for your remarks. And does anyone else have anything to add to that, folks, up here?
Yeah, I too want to say thank you for your words, but one thing that, it wasn't the council that took the powers away. It was an amendment to the Constitution, and it was by vote of the people that removed the powers that the Nasharo Council had. That was the only way that could be accomplished, was through that. So it wasn't the council that took it away. It was by a vote of the people. I just wanted to make sure that's clear and understood.
Well, I'm glad to know that. I had no idea that it was by a vote.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah, that's the only way. Yeah.
I'm all in favor of votes, whatever goes on in the tribe, you know.
Yeah.
And, well, thank you for filling me in. I'm glad to know that.
Yes, thank you. Leanna, did you have your hands up? Floor is yours.
Where's the camera? Where's the camera? You got me? Okay, I'm ready. Oh, see, you got me all shook up. Okay, I was a council member one time, and I see several on here that were around when I was on the council. And I want you to think back when I was, because I always asked and wanted to know the facts, the true facts. I didn't want to hear this or that rambling or anything. I wanted the facts, and that's it. So I could make decisions. Cynthia, you know I was always like that. And Donna, you even commented a couple times about me wanting to know facts. It comes back from my education background. So anyway, I am needing to know more facts about the UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration, what? For what? What is the R for? Who knows? What? Right or rights?
Rights.
Rights of what?
Indigenous.
Can you finish? People's Act. Okay. The governing documents and the intergovernmental affairs committees are sponsoring a forum on April 23rd on a Saturday. Is that next week? A week from Saturday? Okay. I heard that they will be running everything, and I'm a little disappointed because the council will be the ones making the final decision, the vote on it. And so, will you all be there at the meeting at the head of the table to answer questions? Give me some facts, and so I can be assured that this is a good deal. No one's even looking at me but Dr. Evans. Thank you.
I'll just answer that, and council can elaborate. The Tribal Forum is being sponsored by those two committees that you referred to, and all of the council members are welcome to attend.
They're welcome, but they're not required?
They're welcome to attend, yes. So
I
it's
don't
up
appreciate
it's
that.
up to them to come, and but I know that the chairs of the two committees will be there. The president will be there. And,
Who are the chairs?
Donna chairs the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, and Cynthia chairs the Governing Documents
Okay.
Committee.
And then you will be there?
Yes, I will.
You know, we've heard enough from you. I want to hear and know that the rest of the council knows what this is all about. Does anyone want to comment on it now, Dr. Evans? You look upset with me. Oh, am I rude? Oh my goodness, I try not to be. It's me. Oh,
I turned it on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. But I do think we need to hear from lots of folks, and especially the folks who have the greatest knowledge of
and that
of
should be
this.
the council, not the committees.
Yeah. And well, obviously, the committees are going to be the most versed in every detail of it. And I would like to think that we're all pretty versed in it.
Okay.
But anyways, I think it's an important thing, and I think somewhere, for the life of me, don't know where the problem is. You know, other than I think people think that somehow it's related to the United Nations or joining the United Nations or something like that. It's just saying if it's a good idea and we think it's a good idea. So.
Okay, two things. I have never, since the very first one went out, the act, I have never seen one since you changed it at the last couple of council meetings. Jamie said she would put it on the webpage, and I've never seen it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
It's
Do you
posted.
have a copy?
It's posted, Leanna, on the Pawnee Nation website on the governing documents page. It's been
Well, no
it's
one
been
told
up
me
there.
that. I will look.
Okay, I'm telling you now, but it's been posted, gosh, a month now.
I
So
looked all over, and several of us looked all over, and never thought of looking on the governing documents. Why could it not be posted?
I think was also posted on the Facebook page as well. So
Okay, I'll have someone check on that. I do not mean to be rude. I have a background as a school teacher, and everything is facts, and I feel like I'm just asking for facts. I'm trying to talk nice and sweet right now. Am I? Anyway, that was my main question. And I still haven't heard anything from the council if you're going to be there or not. I will let you, okay.
I was gonna go ahead and comment. I'll be there. I plan on being there at the forum. In the last forum, I've expressed that I was not in support of this act. I think one of the big things is, for me, is the purpose of it being a law, a tribal law. Why does it need to be a tribal law? Obviously, this isn't the forum itself, and we can get into that discussion during the forum and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's been thoroughly explained to my satisfaction. I don't think that has been, but I'm anxious and I'm open to hear why in that regard. We look at it as just endorsing this
Yeah.
United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. That's one thing, but to implement it into tribal law is something that I just still have a hard time accepting. And so, going to that point, we can discuss that further in the forum. And like I said, I'll be there for that as well, because I do want to hear from our tribal members and some of our tribal members that are going to be there may be in favor of it, and maybe may explain why they're in favor of it. That may, you know,
Yeah, that
an
would
area
help.
or an angle that I might not have seen before in that regard.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I have talked to a few of the council members, and they don't understand the difference between endorsement and implementation, and that's why I want to find out at the forum. My last comment is, at this point, I don't feel like I can count on you all to vote for the future of the Pawnee tribe. I don't see that. So what I'm wondering is that maybe we need to have a referendum vote of all the people to make this final decision. So that's where I am. So thank you.
Leanna, I want to tell you, I will be there too.
Anyone else ready to?
Yeah. And I would think that the PBC would be able to speak equally as much as the committee members. So,
Thank you for that. Folks, any other people would like to address the committee? Mikai. Floor is yours.
Noah Akitaru, Tatas Mikai Clark, Spotted Horse Chief, Kikahaki Potty. Just for those of you that don't know me, my name is Mikai Clark, Spotted Horse Chief. I'm an enrolled citizen with the Pawnee Nation and the Kikahaki Band. I just had some concerns that I wanted to be heard. I know that you guys took the approval of the resolution number 8 off of the agenda, which I'm grateful for that. But the concerns that I had, I did address to Mr. Gardapi as a program coordinator for the Pawnee Nation as well, and I hope that he shares those with you when you guys go back to the drawing board. But right now, I'm just standing here as a tribal citizen with the concerns of the space allocation. Just to let you guys know that this space, one part of this space, not the full space, just part of it, the gym, is a utilized space by our community. We host fitness classes in there every week. Our basketball program uses that space to practice in every year. So I just didn't know, from what I'm getting is maybe you guys didn't know that when it was brought to the table, but we also host our camps for our youth there as well. I had a camp there in July for the whole month in partnership with Oklahoma Tribal Engagement Partners. We host our health fair there as well. So I just would like you guys to know that it is a utilized space, that it has been since I've been in a position as a program coordinator, but since I've been in this community. So I know for the last 7 years we've used it, that the basketball program has used it from the high school, and that I really hope that there's something put in place before we displace programs and community members and camps and stuff like that. So that's just my only concern. Things that I wanted to voice just for you all to think about, like when you go back to the drawing table and before you approve that space allocation. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mikai. Auntie?
First of all, I want to say it's cold in here. Lily and I are cold. And the next thing I want to say is I heard Carol say she would be at the forum in Jordan. What about the rest of you?
I plan on being there. I mean, I could go into my thoughts on it, but I just figured I can wait till
I
the
can't
forum.
hear you.
I said I plan on being there, and I could go into my thoughts on under it, but I just feel like that's a better
Save it
forum.
for Saturday.
For the forum. But I'll be there. So.
Okay. Dr. Evans? Okay. Sammy?
I also plan to be there.
Okay. Sammy?
definitely plan to be there.
Okay, good. And like I said, it's cold in here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Folks, any other one want to address the councils?
President Eckhart, thank you. If I could just have one moment for Mikai's statement. And just briefly, Mikai, without getting too into it, the decisions that were brought forth relative to space and planning and ag and what have you actually was done at a level a little bit higher than you, and those folks bought into it, okay? So I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you, but I just want to make that clear to you that it was taken and they were like, yeah, we can do this. So just to put that out there so that this council and audience, our folks understand that we just didn't make a rash decision to say this is what we'd like to do. It's not set in stone, but it was actually at the executive director level and down that was brought forth. So just want to share that with you, okay? Thanks.
Thank you for that, Sammy. Appreciate that, Councilwoman Kimball. Okay, any other any other people want to address the council at this time during open forum?
President Egelhawk, mine will be short, I promise.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Adrian,
Councilwoman Butler.
I just wanted to commend the staff who put together the meat distribution the other day. I've heard a lot of comments from tribal members, and they wanted me to thank the council and for whoever else had a part of that. So I wanted to let you guys know that a lot of people did appreciate it.
My comment was just going to be is that maybe you could kind of give a little backstory to what Mikai and Councilwoman Sammy was talking about, because I think there's some people in the audience that kind of look like they may not know what you guys are talking about. It don't have to be a lot, but maybe give some background on it.
I'll address it, Mr. President and Adrian.
Okay, thank you for that.
So we do have a Pawnee Ag Commerce Initiative that we've been working on for months now, and it is in development, and we can't say a whole lot about it because we did go into a management services agreement with our partner, and it is to bring significant revenues to our tribe, but we are definitely not in a position to move forward with disseminating of information. We want to for sure, but we have to have our partner agree. So I just want to let our public know that we will be coming out with some very significant news sooner than later, as soon as we're able to talk about it. But part of that was building allocations. But I felt like we're not there yet to actually allocate these buildings to this initiative, but we're close. So, and hearing Mikai's concerns, I did address those in an email today. So, you know, we're trying to work through all affected entities. So yeah, we're also looking at the greater good for our tribe, and as we've made it clear that we are looking at economic development. This council is looking at economic development. I mean, that's what we want to do moving forward. We've made it no secret, and so we are working on multiple ways of bringing revenues into our tribe, and this is one of them. So as soon as we can speak about it, we definitely will. And Mikai, as I said to you, I'll definitely help with any other program objectives you have, finding better locations if that's what it comes down to. But you know, we didn't put that on there for allocation tonight because we just don't feel like we're prepared yet. But we are working on it, and we have been for many months. So the research is still ongoing, and the different cogs that need to be in place are still ongoing. And as soon as we can divulge everything that we've been working on, we'll be more than happy to. I'll be more than happy to. So I hope that just sheds a little light that we are working on it, and nothing is set in stone yet. So, thank you.
Okay, with that, I believe we're ready to, oh, okay.
He was about to go on. I said, I got something for open forum. One of the things whenever I ran for this office was, you know, a lot of you all know that I preach. I'm a pastor in Okmulgee and everything else. Is I sought the Lord in this, in times to just have an opportunity just to share a little bit. And I wanted to say in the open forum at least what we're coming up on. We're coming up on Good Friday, which is the day that our Lord went to the cross and died for our sins. And then Sunday, Easter Sunday is coming up, and that is Resurrection Sunday. So again, I just want to say I'm thankful to be able to serve in this capacity as the vice president, but also too, I'm just thankful that God is continuing to bless the Pawnee Nation and the Pawnee people. We may have differences and may not see eye to eye on a lot of things, but the best interest of the Pawnee people is definitely considered in a lot of areas from both the business council side and I'm sure as well as with our Nasharo council side as well too. So I just want to say that hopefully our Pawnee people and those who are with us tonight, that you have a blessed Easter coming up this coming Sunday. Thank you.
I have one more thing that I'd like to say. And I don't know whether this is hearsay or what, but I've heard different ones talking, that some of you council members, both councils, would like to lower our degree in our Pawnees, to lower it, what is it now, 1/8? That you all would like to lower it. But I just want to tell you, we're going to end up like the Cherokees. You know, all you see are little white people running around. They're Cherokees. I don't have anything against them, but I would like for you all, what I wanted to know is the tribal people, are we going to have a chance to vote on that? Are we going to be the ones to vote to say we want to lower our quantum down? Because there's, right now I hear a lot of people saying yes, a lot of people saying no, a lot of them say, well, my little grandkids can get on there, you know, and others say, well, if we keep pulling it on down, we're not even going to have Indians anymore. But anyway, I just wanted to ask you, when that comes up, there's people that would like to vote on that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know of any movement in that direction, any one way or the other. It's conceivable that that issue could come up during the Constitutional Convention, and of course, whatever comes out of that will be subject to vote by the people. So, okay. Well, I think that does it for the open forum, and I thank Vice President for your good remarks as well. You know, on this upcoming Easter weekend. So with that, we turn to the joint meeting portion of our agenda between the Business Council and the Nasharo Council, and we put together 3 agenda items so that we could kind of share information between the Business Council and the Nasharo Council, and we had come up with 3 topics for this evening's discussion. The first is a discussion on priorities for 2022. The next is a discussion on needs that we see, each of the 2 councils that we can foresee that needs that we need to address, I guess, during this calendar year. And thirdly, goals. You know, what is it that we hope to achieve during 2022? And this is just sort of an information, kind of a brainstorming session, I guess, if you will. And I thought that maybe the council could kind of run through our litany of ideas on these topics we'll go A, then we'll go B, and then C. Council could kind of share its thoughts, and then the Cheryl Council could share its thoughts as well. And in looking at these three agenda items, joint discussion topics, I'm having a hard time telling the difference between priorities and goals. They're almost the same to me. So maybe we could just combine those two into one lump there. And so if I may, I'd like to just launch into this discussion, and I'm going to call it a discussion on priorities and goals. And I want to lay out my own thoughts, informal thoughts, as the president of the council, and then if I overlook anything or other councils have other ideas or thoughts to add to it, we'll do that way. And then we'll turn it over to the Chiefs Council, to the Cheryl Council, to your thoughts in terms of what our priorities and goals ought to be for this year. Not only for the Cheryl Council, but our people as a whole, you know. And so I just wanted to say then at the outset, in addressing this first topic, then priorities and goals for this calendar year, to tell you that the Business Council, we haven't formally adopted any priorities or goals for this year. We've done a lot of internal discussions. And I can lay out for you the goals and priorities that I have as president that I would like to see, that I'm pushing for. And I think that many on our council share these priorities and goals, and that council members will have additional goals and priorities to add to the list. I feel like I'm very blessed to work with this council, because each of these individual council members are very hard-working individuals on behalf of this council. Each member of this council works on various committees, and they're cranking on all 8 cylinders, working very, very hard on a whole bunch of areas, you know. So we want to share, I guess, jointly our thoughts in terms of priorities and goals. But I see 7 goals and priorities for this year, as from my seat as the sitting president. The first goal that I wanted to share, and again, these are just informal because we have nothing official, but my first goal on this list is strategic planning. I'm hoping that in this calendar year that the Pawnee Nation will complete all of its strategic plans, land use plan, economic development plan, agriculture plan, housing plan, health plan, to define our promised land, what kind of future do we want to live in, and how are we going to get there, and what our action items are in terms of getting there. I see that this strategic planning is a way to unify our nation, that we can work together for common goals, that we're all rowing in the same boat, heading to the same destination. And I know that we've got some, and I missed out on about a week's worth of our work somehow last week when I went to Nebraska, but I know that we've got some experts, some planning consultants out there that we're trying to retain and help us to complete our planning, and it's very important, I think, that we do so, and I think everybody agrees with me to that. The second goal that I see for 2022 is we want to diversify our economy. Most of our income currently is gaming revenues for our nation. And we saw during the pandemic that it's kind of dangerous to put all your eggs in one basket. You know, the gaming industry was hit very hard, and we need other forms of enterprises to provide additional jobs and revenue for the nation. So we want to work very, very hard to diversify the economy. And to that end, I'm hoping that we can hire this work by and large will be done by the Business Council. And I'm hoping we can hire a business development specialist that we can eventually build out to a Department of Commerce and have a vibrant economy. And I hope that we're well on the way by the end of this calendar year to diversifying our economy. It'll be providing a wide range of jobs and income and tribal revenues. The third area or goal and priority that I have in this year that I believe is shared by the council is to strengthen our gaming industry. We want to try to work with the TDC to strengthen our gaming industry and the legal framework for gaming with a little bit of reorganization. Same way with the Gaming Commission that Lyle heads up. And come out of this calendar year with a stronger gaming industry than what we had before the pandemic began. That will bring our gaming industry up to the next level. And the fourth priority and goal, I guess, is to keep good tabs on this pandemic. You know, currently we're very fortunate that it's kind of died down for a little bit, but we never know, you know, and we got to keep our eyes wide open and our ear close to the ground to monitor that coronavirus and those variants, you know, so that we can navigate out of this pandemic safely. The fifth priority and goal that I see here is on infrastructure. Roads, bridges, highways, sidewalks, utilities. In the year 2022, President Biden's administration has got enacted into a law a big national infrastructure package. And in this calendar year, there'll be about 350 federal agencies giving out infrastructure grants, infrastructure broadly defined. And so we've been trying to gear up towards the end of the last calendar year to the present date to make sure that we're able to go after all of these infrastructure monies this year. We think that if we do our job right, we can bring in more funding, millions of more dollars than we received by the CARES Act and the ARPA money by a couple orders of magnitude. I'm talking 30, 40, $50 million this year, so that we can begin to build the infrastructure needs of this nation for the next generation. And that's a big priority this year. So we're having all hands on deck. There we've got an infrastructure expert, a funding expert, and we're trying to get our planning done. Our plans should tell us what kind of infrastructure we need. So this is a big priority in this calendar year. We want to more or less bring home the bacon for our nation so that we can build infrastructure to meet our needs for the next generation. The sixth area is agriculture. We're wanting to move in a big way into the field of agriculture and diversify our economy. In agriculture, that's the principal natural resource that we have in the Pawnee Nation. We've acquired a lot of pasture lands. We're building a cattle herd. We were operating, getting a greenhouse online. We want to really build a robust agriculture for food sovereignty so that we can feed ourselves and strengthen our food chain. And then the final area that is a big priority and a goal in my view for this year is for the Pawnee Nation to enter into the field of medicine. We're a small tribe, but we got lots of doctors, nurses, medical professionals throughout that field. And we're moving very rapidly with a lot of leadership by Brian Kirk here in building a brand new behavior health center for this reserve. It'll be located across the street from the clinic, 21-bed inpatient facility. I think it's 21 or 27 beds, 26. A 26-bed inpatient behavior health center, also outpatient. There's nothing like this kind of a medical treatment facility in north central Oklahoma. And so we can do this, we believe, on a for-profit basis to make it pay for itself and to meet a big gap in our medical delivery system here. So these are big dreams that we hope to make a reality in this year. We've entered into a partnership on the Behavior Health Center. There's other things we've 638'd some programs at the IHS clinic. And so I think we're poised to enter into the medical field here. We've established a medical committee, advisory committee to the Business Council. It's composed of 8 or 9 of our medical professionals, and we'd like to see all of our medical professionals move back home and practice their profession right here in our community. So these are just some of the things that I would like to see us get done this year, and I know there's other areas as well. Vice President has been working on a very exciting partnership with Indian Electric to provide broadband, and maybe you could elaborate on that and what you see as taking place in this calendar year on that front. And I'm sure other council members here as well have things that they would like to add to this list. So I just wanted to say that much and turn this over to you, Vice President, if I may.
Thank you, President. Yeah, one of the goals that President Eckhart had mentioned is obviously diversifying our economy so that we're not completely dependent upon gaming. And so we're looking at different opportunities, different aspects and avenues that we can do. I've explained this just a little bit in detail last joint meeting we had with the city, but I'll go ahead and do that again, is that there's a Reconnect Program grant that is offered through USDA. Through their rural capacity there, and it's to offer broadband service within the area of Pawnee County, and we actually were able to, within the design of it, move into Noble County as well. And because it is a rural grant, we are actually just reaching areas outside of Pawnee, the city of Pawnee for the time being. But what this will do is, if we are awarded this grant, and we were working with a couple of our consultants with this, and being able to partner with Indian Electric, is that with this grant, it's right underneath $25 million. It was $24,900,000 and some odd $1,000 for this grant. What it'll do is Pawnee Nation will be the lead in this initiative, and the assets will belong to the Pawnee Nation. And what it will do is help us to develop an ISP, which is an internet service provider, for individuals who are looking at opportunities to have broadband internet service to the home in the rural capacity. We do plan on, if we are awarded this grant, to move forward on other funding. There's state funding that's going to be available here pretty soon that we're going to look at capturing and going after, and then there's also other funding through USDA. Community Connect is one of the grants that they have. It's not open right now, but whenever it does, we're going to look and see if they're if they're going to adjust some of the parameters where we can actually move into more dense populations such as the city of Pawnee. And so what this will do is after, if we are awarded and after construction has begun, is we're looking at about 2 to 3 years where we'll be able to start seeing some revenue from this. And hopefully that's going to be a significant help to the Pawnee Nation as far as what we can do going forward. And so this is just one of those avenues and areas that we're looking at doing. And also too, it gets our foot into the door into the digital age and offer services to tribal members and even non-tribal members as we expand this broadband aspect. The design capacity is to target tribal members in rural capacity in that manner. But as we go along that road of getting to that particular tribal member's home, if there's other houses that are off of that, we can tier off of there and supply the broadband to other individuals as well. And so, as President Echohawk did say, we are partnering with Indian Electric, and so that helped out a lot with our design aspect. We've really just developed a good relationship with them over there, and we had a conversation with them last week, along with the city of Pawnee and also our college, to begin exploring this other program through USDA, which is the Rural Energy Pilot Program, and that will look at doing. Just slipped me. It'll be doing solar. It'll be doing renewable energy. That was the catchphrase I was trying to. Renewable energy, such as solar. And so we're going to be looking at that aspect. That's a $2 million grant. It's an 80-20 grant. So the Pawnee Nation will need to look at that in partnership with others as well, maybe Indian Electric, others, where we can be able to receive that grant as well. And that will definitely help with what we're trying to do as far as our tribal members and community members in that regard with solar. And so a lot of great opportunities, and we're just looking forward to that as well.
Thank you, Council. Any other comments or elaboration on any of the above, or any additional? Donna, Councilwoman here, the floor is yours.
Thank you. In looking at a diversified economy, I'd like to see us go into 8A contracting.
Thank you. I also overlooked on my list the idea of culture, and it's my hope that we're going to be able to find a way to hire both of our language teachers as full-time educators this year, and also we're working to repatriate Douglas Parks's Pawnee language database, to bring that home to Pawnee, Oklahoma. It would be uploaded for the language program and also available to tribal members. The University of Indiana is already in the process of uploading and digitizing that entire database and getting it organized for us. And we hope to get that returned to the Pawnee Nation before the end of this calendar year. In addition, the Cultural Resource Division is working on 2 other very important projects. One is a research library that will be housed in the Berry Building, and it's going to acquire every book and manuscript ever written about Pawnee history and Pawnee culture. And it'll be available for tribal members and researchers to go up, and you'll have everything ever written about Pawnee people. Secondly, the Cultural Resources Division is working to create a archive, a digital archive, where their Washington State University is creating a digital archive especially tailor-made for the Pawnee community. And we've got experts being led by Dr. James Riding in, who are going to be negotiating with 16 archives around the country, including the largest in the country, the National Archives, which has 34 institutions around the country, up in Nebraska, Indiana University, and here in Oklahoma and elsewhere. And what they're going to do is we're going to repatriate every archival material in the possession of these institutions. Music, treaties, documents, manuscripts, photographs, and it will be the largest transfer of archival material ever done by any Indian tribe ever. And it'll all be transferred into this Pawnee Nation archive that is being built for us by Washington State University. It'll be accessible at your fingertips. You know, if you got a computer, you'll be able to access this treasure trove of vast information about our people, you know, and help us to carry on our culture. So these are cultural goals and priorities as well for this calendar year. Council, is there what have we overlooked here? Sammy?
Thanks, President Koch. I'd just like to speak relative to the diversification of our economic platform, right? Taking gaming and setting that aside as individual, and then us going out and doing our business development as a division, if you will, for the nation. I've been saying this since 2015. I'm going to say it again. I really would like people to think and consider during the remodeling of TDC that we take the revenue stream that's generated from gaming and put it into our general fund. And they are treated as a division. They have a budget. They live with that budget. And that economic stream is ours. It's the nation's money. It should be put in here so that we can have funding for a building, for our cultural building, to store all of this data that's coming in and all of the museum artifacts that the museums are holding today because we have no place to put them. I just think, and I don't know how we're going to get there, but I would really like to entertain it. I emailed council this last week. I didn't hear a word, but because I think you guys are considering it, at least thinking about it. But it really is our it's an economic arm, and we're not utilizing it. I don't know what TDC is doing with it, but whatever they're doing, it could come to the nation. They're on a budget, and they live within that budget, just like every other department and division of this nation does. So I put it out there. Our neighboring tribes, that's how they live, folks. Some have per caps. I'm not saying we're going to do a per cap. We have a lot of infrastructure work to do. We have a lot of children going to school that we can help with. Tuitions. I mean, there's a lot we can do. We can lift our burial fund. By the way, I just was nominated the cemetery committee chair. So we're going to be looking at, I don't even know what that holds. This was just this last week, and I have some members that I can speak of. But that's one of the things that we can be doing. I mean, they're holding this money, and we need it, and it's our money. So I'd like to put that out there for consideration this year to make it happen. We're already looking at the business model anyways. We might as well be looking at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that, Sammy. We will take that, look into that as well. Okay, I think that, Pat, I think that is our list and what have you, you know, and so
yeah, I got a little bit here, if I may. no tatasa sakura kirapaski kitkahaki. Say good evening. Good evening, my relatives. Can you hear me now? I want to say a little bit about this this bison ranch up there in Kansas, Judy and Charlie, and seems like they made up a proposal to offer their land and the buffalo herd, bison herd, to the Pawnee Nation here, and it's been going on for several years, and seems like we haven't been able to get anywhere with it. And there's been a lot of blocks. The culvert, that was one of the main barriers there. But so today I spoke with them, and they were thinking that, they were drafting up a letter to the Pawnee Nation to, talk to the business council and let them know that, they haven't heard anything, so they're at a point where they think that, that we don't care, we don't want their land or the herd. And so I tried to talk with them, visit with them about it, and been reaching out to them, visiting with them. I go up and see them. And so I was wanting to bring it to the council here that if we're not going to do anything with this land and this bison herd, then please tell them, let them know, give them that respect. And so they're at that point right now. So if they don't hear anything tomorrow, then that's it. We lose out on that opportunity. But I think it's something wonderful. It's one of the greatest gifts, blessings that the Pawnee Nation could receive. And that's right up there on Kitkahaki land, the public area, Earth Lodge Village site, and they're wanting to give us a herd, bison and land, all of it, equipment, everything that's there. So I wanted to bring that up, to see if, the council could communicate with them, tomorrow. Don't put it off, don't wait, if you don't want it tomorrow, just tell them, let them know. Tell them we don't want nothing to do with that, and so they can, they could carry on with whatever else they're going to do. But I wanted to make mention of that, and I'm glad for this joint council. And good to see everybody. And that's what I wanted to bring to the table here this evening. So I'll leave it with you all. Take care of it, one way or the other. Just let them know something, today, tomorrow. Yep, so they can carry on with their lives. They don't have to be wondering, is the nation, do they not want it? What? They won't communicate. Nothing's going on. So please. So that's all I have here. Yes.
I'd like to just go ahead, Donna.
We've been discussing this in our property meeting, and it came back up. It's been with us for a while. Property committee would like the Buffalo Ranch. So the one thing we did is start a new committee to start over with them. Sammy is serving on that, and we would like to approach them, and try to finish the deal.
I'd like to just add that I agree with that 100%, and it's really timely that you got in touch with them at the 11th hour, before they before they wrote us and basically wrote us off. And I would propose that the Property Committee and the Agriculture Committee huddle up here with the Chiefs Council and Morgan and get back in touch with Judy and Charlie Smives regarding their offer of this ranch. And it seems to me that we need to develop a plan really quick, you know, about what our next steps would be, whether basically both councils go up to Kansas and look at the ranch and visit with them while we're up there on their property. Or they could come down here and visit with us, you know, about that. But just by way of, as Morgan, Chief Littleson said, they had initially approached the Nashero Council, and they wanted to gift that ranch to the Nashero Council. And they had some conditions attached to it. You know, they wanted to have the Nashero Council create an LLC, and they wanted them to create a 501c nonprofit as well that could fund the cultural aspects of what they wanted to see done. And they for some reason got off on the wrong foot with the Business Council, but it kind of poisoned the well a little bit, you know. Our predecessors didn't, I guess, got off on the wrong foot with them. But the thing about it is, you know, the pandemic set in, and the Chiefs Council meets in person. They weren't unable to meet, and then their head chief, you know, he had some medical issues going on, you know, and plus our Chiefs Council, they're here as our traditional leaders. They're not here to be running an LLC and operate businesses and pay taxes and that kind of thing. And so I guess it's my thought that at this point, I think we should go to the Smythes family and let them know if they want to get this done, they should gift deed it directly to the Pawnee Nation, and that the Business Council would assume responsibility for. I mean, we can create an LLC. We've done 2 or 3 of them now. The cattle ranch, it was a no-brainer, you know. We just we hired Bobby. I can't remember his last name, but he's an old-time cowboy that lives out by Lone Chimney, to help Jimmy, and they took over managing the herd. And we got about 150 head right now, and it's growing. But I could see this being run as a tribal program on the Business Council side, you know, and tucked in under the Department of Agriculture or the Division of Agriculture that we have on our organizational chart, you know. But I think if they were willing to gift deed it directly to the nation, and we could hammer out the details of how it would be operated and managed. We've already created a 501c3 nonprofit, and the name of it is the Pawnee Evening Star Fund. And it could step in and do the fundraising for the culture side of the activities of owning and operating a bison ranch, you know, and getting the funding available to do that. So I think it's certainly doable, and we are definitely, they are proposing that this be operated on a profit basis. And if we want to grow our agriculture and diversify our economy, then why not own and operate a bison ranch? And so I don't know what the state of a lot of their equipment is, or what replacement costs we need to do, but all these things are details that I think can be hammered out. And so I would like to thank you for raising that and bringing it here, Chief Littleson. But I would hope that we could not let this opportunity go pass us by, because I think any Great Plains Indian tribe that is worth its salt needs to own its own bison herd, and so we can have meat for our ceremonies, and do it that way, you know. So I'm hoping Donna and Sammy, you know, that the property committee, and also Jordan and George, you know, from the agriculture committee, I guess there's a little bit of overlap, you know, between the two committees, you know, because the ag committee, I mean, ultimately this would sit in the ag committee, and so they need to be involved. And on the other hand, it's property. So the property committee needs to have a hand. But I would hope that we could move forward on this, you know. So I thank you for bringing that to us.
So Morgan, what's the next step? What's the next step?
Call him tonight, call him tomorrow first thing, and we go from there. Let him know you're interested. Otherwise, you'll get your letter here pretty soon, you know, and they'll say, well, thank you for your time and consideration, but, you know, we know the answer is no because you didn't even respond in about 7 years or so.
Well, this thing keeps dying and then gaining life, right? And
We
it's
have
been
no support.
It's been ongoing. Well, and I understand that much. So after this meeting this evening, can you give me the contact information, or does council have that contact information? Anybody? We don't have it. It's been in your hands. So
I'll give it to you.
okay, I'll need it, and then I'd like to engage you also with this. You know, let's get a subcommittee, and we can go up there, and we can do this. This is all new. This is on 3:30. We had a property meeting, and the designated committee members was yourself, President Echohawk, Jimmy Justice, Moni Horsechief, Deb Echohawk, Sonny Boy Fields, and I guess I'll just chair it.
Yes.
And I'll chair it. So let's get together after the meeting, and I will get these folks together for a meeting this week, and you know, whenever your availability is. And
I'm available
I'm glad to
anytime.
call them tomorrow and let them know that we've got a subcommittee, and you know, we'd like to go up and talk to them. But I honestly, frankly, don't know what the stipulations were. I know at one time they only wanted chiefs, and then they wanted somebody to live there, and then they wanted this and that and that and this, and I don't know where we're at today. So we need to all come together, get ourselves on the same page, and go with that approach.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you.
I would just a thought, Morgan is really close with these folks up there, and I think that, and they're real country ranchers, you know. They don't trust people, they hardly go to town, and but I think since Morgan is really in with them, that it would be good for him to call and say, we want to talk. Do you want us to come up there, or do you want us to come down here? But we think we can get this done. It's just a slightly different pathway instead of gifting it over. They wanted us to create an LLC, and then they would turn it over to the LLC. And I think what we would want to do, I suppose we could do that if we had to, but it would be better if they just gifted it directly to the nation, and then we could hammer out how it would be managed and operated and that sort of thing. But I think the next step would just to let them know that we're definitely interested. We've got the wherewithal to get this done, and we'd like to talk with them, either go up there, or they come down here, and it's their choice. You know, if they want us to go up, or they want to come down here, or we could do it either way.
So, Chief Littleson, so after your call or this evening, you give me a time and date, and I will coordinate the meeting between us here, okay? I'll coordinate for you on your behalf to get us all together and decide if we're going up or they're coming down, whatever it is, but that we are indeed interested. And we'll just start all over with them, okay?
And then, you know, in the meantime, I think before we do meet with them, it would be good to meet internally and look at a lot of these issues. There's a lot of issues there that we need to kick around a bit, you know, so. You know, they may want to have a luxury trip to Pawnee, Oklahoma, though, to get away from the bison for a while. We'll leave it up to them. Whatever they want to do, that's the way we'll do it.
To give them some money to make this trip up there. I can't remember who those, I think there was 2 of the men who were supposed to go up there and see about that. We can't just, you know, we're not rich, and you guys have got some money to spend to help these men that need to go up there. I believe that a lot of this, you've turned your back because you think, oh, well, that's a buffalo. Well, so what? It's buffalo, but gosh, you've got to do something. What do you think that was good of them to give us that up there? They could have given it to any other Indian tribe. But I think that you guys need to buckle down and when they need money up there, brother, you've needed money to do different things. And they can't do stuff without money. And I know that our council has somebody, maybe here or there, but you guys need to dig some up and help these people, and go up there. Then if they want to come down here, they can come. But you need to make the effort to go there to show them that you really appreciate it, that you care about it. I'm sorry, but I've been hearing about this buffalo thing from my son-in-law, Jimmy, and they have needed money to go up there. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I believe one of the priorities that we really face right now is what Lily brought up earlier, the blood quantum. That really needs to be an issue. You know, I guess with the Sharo, we need to work on that, because you think about it right now, you know, we have grandkids. Their blood quantum's going down, and some of when they have kids, they have grandkids. Where we're going to be at then? You got to look down the road. Look down the road at this, and that's, like I said, that's a priority. I think right now that needs to be addressed. That's all I think.
Boy, howdy, it's a thorny issue, but I think you're right.
It's a big issue. Since I was younger, as a young person around here, they talked about it then, you know. When I got on this Chiefs Council, I was 25 years old. Pat was on council there. He's the only one that was on there that's still here now. And it was an issue back then. And it's going to continue to be an issue until the Chiefs Council and the Business Council come to an agreement, you know. Yes, it has to be voted on. You know, I remember hearing comments at one point in time. At one point in time, it was suggested that you take everybody that's on the roll and make them a full blood and start all over again. But then we had full bloods that were mad about it. But yet they were mad, but not realizing that their own kids, grandkids, great-grandkids were being less and less in the blood quantum. So, you know, I understand what, like Lily's talking about not wanting to be like the Cherokees and stuff. But no one's encouraging our people to be with Indians, being with Pawnee people. You know, everybody's scared that we're all related, which is not true, you know. No one's talking about that, you know. How many full-bloods do we have being born today? Very few, you know. So that's the whole part is about, you know, the seriousness of that, you know. This is something that the white people put in place a long time ago in hopes that one day we'd all be dissolved, right? But they failed to realize that they gave that power to us. So we have that ability to address that issue. And, you know, people need to be aware, and it's a touchy subject because, I'll say this, and some people might not want to hear it, but it's the truth. You got people that are labeled at maybe being a half in the tribe when everybody knows that they're not a half. So then you got some people that want their grandkids to be enrolled who are less than an eighth, but then yet some other people who are less than an eighth are enrolled because of a miswriting on there. We have people that actually admitted, in our Chiefs Council, I was there, that admitted that they weren't full blood, but they're labeled as a full blood, but yet they still kept them as a full blood. See? So that's when people know that in the community, that makes it difficult as Chiefs because we're supposed to be a part of the enrollment, right? We're supposed to be the ones seeing that, you know? And then you guys have to hear that too, you know? So it creates a problem because we have people that want to be enrolled. Now we also have people that want to be disenrolled, go somewhere else, you know? That's a whole another kind of little subject. But the point is that at some point in time, it's going to have to be discussed. And we've been discussing it since I was 25 when I was on the Chiefs Council. So at some point in time, you know, we're going to have to figure out, you know, what we're going to do for that, you know. Now, when I was younger, the reason why I brought this up when I was younger is because my grandma talked about it. My grandma was Comanche. She's the one that said they took all Comanches and made them all a full blood. See? So we got to look at the people, all of the people as a whole, not just one little group, you know. And, you know, it's awesome that some people are full bloods, right? But we don't get a say-so in who our parents are going to be. They didn't get a say-so in who their folks were. All right, that's great, you know. But some of our kids, our grandkids, great-grandkids, there's going to be some kids that hadn't even been thought about yet. They're going to come into this world, right? And they're going to try to find a place. And somewhere in there, there's going to be, say, hey, you don't qualify. You can't be Pawnee. And other tribes are going to be the same way, too. You don't qualify here. You're an Indian. You're a Native American. You're indigenous to this country, but we can't allow you in. All over some governmental stuff, you know. I don't think that that's how the Creator, the Theist Theater Wall, had made it to be that way. That's just my opinion. So I'll stop on that part, the enrollment part. But you know, I just hope and want to encourage, you know, the council to really encourage our tradition and our culture, our language, you know. I was just telling the Sadhu Adson here that I was getting disappointed because I didn't hear nobody talk about the language or the culture, you know, when you was reading off the 7 goals, you know. And then so Councilwoman Adson had talked a little bit about, or who was somebody brought up about the CRD? You? Okay, the CRD. So I'm glad that got mentioned and everything, you know. But I still think there needs to be more more emphasis on that, you know. Because when we go back to this part, you know, about the enrollment again, you know, we all get issued these cards, right, and it tells us, you know, how much Pawnee we are. And what's kind of, that's another thing is we need to encourage our younger people to be involved in our cultural things that we have, you know, our hand games, our dances, our ceremonies, you know, because that's truly, in my opinion, what makes us as Pawnees, right? When Atias Tirawa had created us as a Pawnee people, he gave us things. He gave us stuff to make us different from everybody else, right? To identify ourselves, you know. Maybe it's the way we look, the way we dress, the way we talk, the way we do things, you know. All of that was to us, you know. And nowadays, we don't have a lot of that emphasis, you know. We always say we're proud because we have this, we have that, you know, but a lot of people don't realize that it's getting less and less. We lose people, we lose some of our cultural people, and those numbers dwindle down, you know. And I myself will say that some of our stuff we're just barely holding on to. People don't realize that, you know. We need to really encourage our culture and our language just as much as we do any other kind of thing that we do within the tribe, you know. I myself say, you know, when we talk about you know, say no to drugs and alcohol, we should be talking about, you know, as much as we hit that on our community, we should be doing the same thing about our language and our culture, you know, because that's what's going to identify you. You know, here a few years back when the Trump presidency was in, there was rumors that he wanted to just, you know, do away with tribal governments because that'd be less money that the government would have to put out on these tribes, right? If that's going to be possible, I don't know. But at some point in time, how are we going to identify ourselves as Pawnee? Some people, that's all they hold on to is that card, right? Or somebody, you know, has that tag, that tribal tag, you know, or somebody, you know, that annuity, or maybe the casino or whatever, you know, that's how they identify as being Pawnee, you know. But it shouldn't be that way. They should at least be able to say Noah, you know, or you know, be able to say I could sing a song, you know, or I know what that song's about, or I can get up and dance, you know, and feel comfortable and not be scared, you know, and stuff, you know. We need to encourage those kind of things, you know. For me, that's what I'm a big proponent of, is our language and culture, you know, because that's what we're going to be able to, how we're going to identify. We have a lot of our youth here that have identity issues, you know. I seen it when I was in the school system. You have Pawnees, you have Pawnee youth that were like, maybe had the opportunity to grow up around cultural people. Then you have other Pawnees that didn't have that opportunity. Then you have non-natives, right? And as always, as anything, you always have non-natives always messing with the Pawnees, right? Well, sometimes the Pawnees that are cultured mess with the other Pawnees that don't have no culture, right? That's not their fault. That's not their fault, you know. But now some of those people have a hard time in their life, you know, because in my mind, I sit there and think, they feel like they don't belong, right? So we've got to be able to try to take these. It doesn't matter. I always say it's never too late to start. It's never too late to start to learn about who you are, right? Because I've known in my travels, meeting other people that will say, yeah, I'm native, I'm so-and-so tribe, but I don't know anything about it, you know. You know, so they get kind of awkward feeling or nervous when other natives are around and start really talking about culture and stuff because they feel like they don't know anything about themselves, you know. But we should be hitting on that. We should be making that an opportunity, you know, and encouraging that for our people, our younger people, even adults, you know, to learn about who they are, you know. And then I think when you do that, when you instill that pride for who they are within themselves, then a lot of these things that you talk about that you want, that they're probably going to be like, yeah, I want to do that because I'm Pawnee. I'm Pawnee. I want to be supportive of that, you know. So some of our folks, you know, they don't care about what goes on. They don't care about what goes on here in the community, you know, because they feel separated from it, right? So we got to encourage that. And we also got to encourage it. You know, we have people that don't just live here in the Pawnee community. They live way, you know, maybe in the city, Tulsa, or out of state, you know. They can't just come over here every time, you know. And granted, when I say that, you know, we have some things that they need to be present for, cultural-wise, traditional-wise, right? Because I know some people say, hey, can you have that one ceremony, you know, on these cameras and stuff? Well, that we can't do that because we have to protect that sacredness of some of these things, you know. So that's when we have to encourage our people, come back from there. Everybody comes to the Pawnee powwow, but if we could get them to come back to our Kuskaharu, our Sakipididu, our Kikahaki ceremonies, or things like that, you know, then, you know, things would probably be flourishing a lot better, you know. So anyway, that's all I want to say. That's all I want to give my spill on that. So, thank you.
I say good evening. I want to say thank you here for the meal that was provided, and then again for the meat distribution that was done the other day. I want to tell you thank you for all the organizers behind that. It goes a long way, and it was a good feeling to know that there was enough for everybody. So with that, I'm not really kind of sure why we were invited. We don't deal with the business side, and if we don't, I got things I got to do. And if I don't have to be here, then I'd rather not be here because I'm not a political kind of a guy. And all I hear is just politics, politics, politics. So with that being said, there's a lot of good speakers, here on our council. But one thing that I didn't hear was until late was talking about our culture and our language. There was an emphasis on hiring a specialist of some sort, but there was no really emphasis on hiring our two linguistic masters, Pawnee citizens of ours, full time. The other day I went to a conference over here at the Otos. The emphasis that they have, what they're trying to do with their program over there, they brought in good speakers from the Dene Nation, and they showcased what the other tribes, our surrounding tribes, our neighboring tribes, Call Nation and the Osage people, what they're doing with their programs. And then our Pawnee Nation, our CRD program, our director, was on the agenda as well. But it was kind of sad in a way because we don't have the funding devoted to that like these other programs, these other tribes are doing. Now y'all campaign on it, culture and language. But when it comes up to time to ante up, y'all are not doing it, in my eyes. We get our audience here, our elders come up here demanding money you can dig out money for here and there. I don't know if you guys can or not. But some of the things that I did like what I heard was our agricultural program. It seems like it's about ready to boom, and that's good. I mean, you got good people in there, in my opinion. Some of these other things, diverse economy, those things that's what you're voted in for. So I really don't have no opinion on it. The only opinion I do have on is the medicine programs. Kind of sounds like you got y'all trying to 638 the IHS programs. I'm not sure if y'all are ready for that or not. In my eyes, until you get TDC under control and running properly, you have no business trying to work with the medicine program. You got good sound people over there and you got good sound leadership over there. Y'all just leave them alone. I'm a 4-time cancer survivor. I depend on them. And they do good work. So don't mess with something that you're really not fully ready to go into. It doesn't matter if we have the doctors on hand. You act like you already got doctors ready to come in there and step foot and run the program. Some are just want to be doctors, some don't want to be administrators. They just want a doctor. My opinion is leave that alone until you can show you proof that you can run the TDC program right, appropriately. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to just express my thoughts and some of these issues that we were talking about, like the blood quantum. We've since I'm new to the council, to the ASADU council, it is an eye opener, and it is something that we need to consider. But I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to repeat what's already been said. So thank you for the opportunity to express my words. I do have another thought here. It deals with our roundhouse, our existing roundhouse. I don't know who designed the handicap area, the ramp that goes into our arena, our so-called sacred arena. I'd like to see that ramp taken out and reversed. Put the ramp going towards the doorway so we can have our arena back. And then whoever's in charge of putting up the flag in our roundhouse, if they could raise it up as high as they can, so our flag of our deceased veterans are not touched and disrespected. If you could do that, that make a lot of people feel good. So I'll just leave that with there. Thank you.
President, I was wanting to comment on the blood quantum. I do want to also mention as well that I believe I talked to our enrollment department manager over there before, is that the last time that it was lowered was as a result of a petition that was given to the Pawnee people. It was not through the council or anything else. It was a petition that allowed that to come onto the ballot and was voted. So whether these councils here are discussing that, which we should be, and obviously the issue needs to be addressed on the council side, is to make sure that administrative-wise our enrollment department is not going to be swamped if that does happen, that we're set up in such a way that can handle that issue once it happens in that regard. But either way, we need to be aware of that the Pawnee people, you all have also the ability to move that along as well. In that regard, that's provided within our Constitution under Amendment 11, or Article 11, which is the amendments to the Constitution. And so I just want that to be aware both to our council and also to the Nasharo Council as well, as that you know, whether it emanates from this body or emanates from the Pawnee people as well, I think that's something that's going to eventually be on the ballot, whether the Pawnee people vote to move that in the direction of lowering the blood quantum or in some other fashion or form. I do believe it's an inevitable thing that will be probably happening here in the near future. So I just wanted to also keep that in mind, as well as that it could actually take place as a petition from the Pawnee people itself.
Council, thanks again for inviting us to be a part of this joint meeting. Like I say, I'm glad that I'm part of this group of fine gentlemen here. We like to cut up and have a good time, but when it comes down to business, we got some good minds and got some wisdom on this board, and I really enjoy working with these guys. So, you know, that being said, you know, I would like to you know, have a little bit more of these meetings, these joint meetings together. Been listening and hearing some great ideas as far as economic development. One thing I'd like to see in the future is and we talked about this years ago when I worked for the tribe, is having a bottled water company. We've got a few wells that are producing good water. I think if you get the right equipment in here, we could have a good quality bottled water, you know, with our own logo on it. This is something that's going to be a very valuable commodity. It's already a valuable commodity, but as we go further into the future, it's going to become even more valuable than gold, because you know, as my nephew, you know, Jordan had talked a little bit about Easter. You know, if you read the Bible a little bit, you know, and I believe the Bible wholeheartedly, but in the book of Revelation, you know, that it says that the 1/3 of the waters will be polluted in the end time. We're seeing that. So we're already seeing things taking place here. And so I think knowing that, we should move on that opportunity, you know, to see what we can do to create a bottled water company. We could do a lot with it, and it can go a long ways. Again, this is something that was we talked about years ago when I was on the TDC. I believe Bob Chapman was the president at the time, but there's a lot of good ideas still out there. This is one that I would like to see come to fruition because I believe it's going to be successful. So that's about all I wanted to add. Thanks again, President Echohawk.
Can you ladies hear me? Can you hear me? Buh? I asked if you could hear me. Okay. I am too. It's very cold in here, so whoever has control, we probably save some money by raising the temperature a little bit. First, I want to apologize. I didn't realize that we needed to come up with some ideas or projects that we wanted to speak about. So all of this is off the cuff. I kind of agree with what Desadu Adson was saying, you know, about the importance of our language. Desadu, Adrian Spotted Horse Chief, about the importance of our culture. We probably all would agree on that up here. So I'd just like you to keep that in mind. You know, on the various committees and other things that I participate on, one of the or several of the guiding things that I try to help get to help me make decisions, you know, is just to watch out for our Pawnee people, make sure that they're being taken care of, whatever that means, good health, good culture, good atmosphere, whatever. It also means kind of watching out and making sure that people that are outside of here are not trying to take advantage of us or pull the wool over our eyes. You know, and that kind of goes hand in hand with my job as well. So that's kind of my, I guess, priorities, is just to make sure that we're all being taken care of, that we're kind of keeping our eye out for everybody, not just ourselves and so forth. But I really would like to just double down on what was previously said about our language. You know, those two young men have put a lot of time and personal effort into learning the language, and then all of the effort that they put into going to school and getting those degrees. And I remember a couple of conversations that I had with them about whether or not they should go on to look for their doctorate in linguistics. And I encouraged them to do that. One of the reasons being that time after time, especially in my job, I see people that have doctorates or advanced degrees that specialize in our culture and our history. And we should be encouraging our youth that work in those same fields to strive to be the best. I mean, we're Pawnee. We should be telling everybody else about us. So I had encouraged them that, especially with the passing of Doug Parks, it kind of leaves a little bit of a gap there in Pawnee linguistics, that they should go after their PhD and become those experts, not just here, but on paper, all across the world. So I would like to see, all of us, both councils, support them in whatever effort and however we can support them. There's probably other things I can think of after I leave here, but just off the cuff, that's what I would like to say. Oh, Eddie.
Can you hear me? I too want to say thank you, for inviting us here and for providing that very good meal. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that the chiefs had said so far. One thing that does stand out to me quite a bit is our culture and language. That's what identifies us, like Adrian said, against all other people in this whole world. That specifically is ours and our culture as well. The things we do, the hand games, our ceremonies that we still have, I was kind of wholeheartily on, making sure my family, my girls know exactly, where they come from. I teach them, I bring them to that. I've always said, when I stood up to talk, to, try to encourage, the people to bring their kids, because that's our future. That's how our ceremonies are going to be carried on. It's the only way. So, thank you for, bringing that up, because I was kind of worried too that wasn't mentioned, in your priorities and goals. But, you did ease my heart up quite a bit, Mr. President, when you did mention that, and as far as, I really like that economic development part, that just kind of letting TDC handle the gaming, and I agree with Sammy. I think it should be a division, because it's what it sounds like it's turning into right now, by you guys just letting them handle gaming only, and you're forming a new economic division committee. That's the only thing that could come of this. So I hope you guys really do look into that and see and go that way with it. That would, because I've always, my big deal is the health and welfare of the people. That's always what I stood on all these years I've been on this council. I put my own family behind for the people many, many times. And I'm sure you guys have as well, being on the council. You have to do it. You have to put your family back in order to, for the people. For the people. That's what we're here for. And it's hard sometimes. And I do want to commend you all again for, wanting to be sitting up here with the rest of us as well, to serve. It's not easy. It's, you don't get that pat on the back, and you don't really ask for it. In your service, when you're serving like that, you don't ask for it. You just do it because you want to, and we're grateful for that. We thank you. So keep it up. That's all.
Well, I thank you, Desaro, Pat, and each of you chiefs. I think we're very blessed to have each of you, and we've heard a lot of really wise words, very important words, and I thank each of you for sharing that with us, your wisdom. A lot of tribes, they don't have their traditional leaders as part of the government like we do, and so I appreciate each and every one of you, and I've been taking some good notes over here. So I thank you for your words. The only other item that we had here for our joint discussion was a discussion on needs. What needs that we foresee, for this calendar year. And I know on my mind, I wanted to be sure that the Nashero Council, have your needs met. You have your offices and your budget and what have you. But if you could let us know, or you want to talk tonight about, what gaps do you have in terms of meeting your needs as a council? Because as I say, we're very fortunate to have a Chiefs Council like this, as part of our government. And I wanted to be sure that you're able to function and how you want to function, and that you have the support that you need, to do that, to provide your traditional leadership for our nation. So that was a question I had coming in, was, how, what can we do, to support your efforts, and what needs do you see as a council? I know on our side we got a whole bunch of needs.
Well, I'll say a little something. When you recognize this as being a traditional government, here, that when we have these joint meetings, I'm appreciative of that, and I'm thankful of that. But at the same time, it kind of, in my mind, in my thought, it gives a misrepresentation of the actual powers that we have. It's just like somebody had said earlier, is that we're traditional leaders, like you say, but we have no power. I remember at times when I served with Chief Leading Fox. I'm sorry. We had people would come to us, asking us about questions. And we would have to come to council and ask those questions just to try to get some answers or whatever, and then there was always that fear, that thought of, there's that ability to remove council, and I don't know, that's a strong power to have. Sometimes that could get to it's dangerous, But I think one of the things is that, at one point in time, this council was the voice of the people. If there was people that came to business council and asked questions and maybe not got the answers that they wanted, or maybe not had the time, given to them, to address some concerns, it was brought to us. And, sometimes still in myself, I have people that come to me, and ask me about things, and I tell them I don't really know what goes on with a business council, One of the things is that, in my thinking, is that, you're our elected officials, I voted for you people, and, we try to give you the ability to make those decisions, And I think it's like what somebody said, I might not always agree with what you guys do, but yet, I put you in that position and stuff, But one of the deals with this, the Saru Chiefs Council, which made us unique from all other tribes, is that it was a checks and balances. That was the thing. It was a checks and balances, So when, in my thinking, in my opinion, is that when you say that we're a part of this, we are to a certain extent, but we're limited, because we could come as a Chiefs Council and be unified in saying, hey, we want you to do this, and at the end of the day, you have no legal reason to support our what it is that we want, We don't have no legal backing, It's not in the law and order codes or anything like that, And so, I guess it's one of those kind of things, is that, how much of the Saru Council do you really want us to be, And it kind of goes back to like what he was saying, what he was talking, is that, for a lot of the people, even the people that are online, it looks good. It looks good to see a joint meeting. But at the end of the day, we don't have any kind of say-so on this business stuff that you guys are talking about. You know, I mean, all of that sounds good, you know, but I could probably see this on a regular council meeting, you know. Everything you're talking about, agriculture, infrastructure, you know, the pandemic, the economy, all of those are important things that's a part of our tribe, but we don't have a say-so in any of that, you know. That's your all's realm, you know. But, you know, if it was something that maybe there was some discussion, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, there was something that was brought up here earlier. And maybe some of our people, you know, don't get satisfaction of the answers or whatever. Then they would ultimately come to us and say, hey, you know, we don't like this. You know, can you look into this some more? And it's almost like we're obligated. We're obligated to go and ask those questions, you know. Because I remember that's how it used to be at one point in time, you know. And sometimes some things are real serious issues that, you know, kind of touchy stuff you didn't even really want to get into, but that was a part of our duties, you know. And so yeah, I mean, I put that out there, you know, as far as, you know, maybe something that, you know, moving forward. Myself, you know, I'm not about that power, you know. I know some other people want that, you know. They've been talking about it since it was taken away, you know. But also what you brought up, Jordan, is right, you know. It was done by the people. But I'm not exactly sure how many it was, but it was like a low number of people that voted for it, like 100 and maybe 20 people out of, at that time, there might have been maybe close to 3,000 tribal members that voted on that. And that changed our government, our structure that we had, that made us unique. Because when we were on council, when I was on council, we had other tribes that came in and looked at our chiefs council because they wanted to install the same system. They wanted to install their old chiefs systems, you know, within their form of government, you know, because they liked that, you know. And it keeps everyone out of court, you know. So thankfully, you know, there hasn't been too many court appearances, you know, but they've been there, you know. So anyway, that's, I just want to put that out there. I don't know if any other the Sodders here have any comments on that and everything, you know. But I know that I hear it a lot from other tribal members about that, you know, because I know there's been some instances where we have people wanting chiefs to do something, but we can't. They think we can, but we can't, you know. That's what I'm saying. This kind of gives off the impression like we've got some kind of ability to question some things or try to get some answers when we really don't. I mean, well, obviously we could ask you more emphasis on what it is you're talking about, and you guys could give us those answers, but you guys don't have to. That's the point I'm trying to get at, you know. At the end of the day, we don't have any kind of legal backing to say, hey, you have to give us answers, you know. So anyway, that's all I want to say.
Thank you for those comments. And, you know, I think that when we have this constitutional convention, we can revisit that referendum that took the powers away. And so it might be something that the Nashero Council will want to begin talking about and thinking about as a council as we start gearing up to go into this constitutional convention, probably later this summer, or Cynthia will have a better idea on the timeline. What role would you want to play in this government? What powers do you want to have? I like the idea of checks and balances, you know, and I like the idea of you being more than just window dressing. Y'all look really good, but you should have a bigger role, you know. And so, going into that constitutional convention, this is one of the issues that could be addressed at that time, you know. So. And in large measure, a lot of that will be up to you guys, you know, as to what you would like to see going forward. So start giving that some thought, you know, and and we can take that up later this year, because that'll lead right into a vote, a referendum vote, I think. So, I like what you're saying, I hear what you're saying on we have no power, no say so, but I don't know if you actually really want the removal power or not. It's kind of a a no-win. Currently, I guess they put it on the court system, tribal court, but that's a tough role to be in if you really want it. Anyway, folks, is there any other comments or questions at this point in our joint discussion that anyone has to add at this point?
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what Isanu Adson said about that ramp in the roundhouse. I think that fits the priorities and needs and goals all simultaneously. That thing needs to go away. I don't know how many other people dance, but when we get in there, if we're having a really good dance and it's really crowded, that acts as a funnel. There's times where you run into it. It's not safe. So that's all I wanted to add.
Also on that too, it involves that flag, just like what he was talking about, when you have people maybe bringing in food or coming into the arena, some people don't understand the importance of that flag. Some of our people don't know that belonged to a deceased veteran. And I've seen people go and just hit it out of the way, Then sometimes there'll be kids that are playing on that ramp that will jump up and hit the flag, So that's a big emphasis too, is to try to be respectful to that flag, to the family.
Also, too, if you could raise the arena up a little bit. I watch elders when they go get their food, they have a hard time getting up off of that onto the concrete. So you can raise that, add more dirt in there. That would really help them out a lot. Preferably be from Nebraska. I believe we got a dump truck we can take up there and get a load.
And
sorry I asked, eh? All right, well, folks, I think this brings us, Pat, to the end of our joint discussion for this evening. And I want to thank you for sharing your wisdom, and counsel as well for your input as well. And I agree, and I like these joint meetings, and hopefully we can reschedule another one, possibly in June or something like that, going into our homecoming powwow, see where things are at then possibly. But I like the idea of these joint meetings, from time to time, and so that's about all I can think now. As I mentioned to Desaro Pat, that this will conclude our joint meeting part. You guys are welcome to stay throughout the evening if you like, or you're welcome to leave at your own. It's your choice, your option, But what I would think, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. The rest of this agenda, it's a long one. It promises to go into the evening. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back, and the rest of this is council business. We will go into the part of the agenda here. Okay. So we'll turning now to the Business Council part of the budget agenda, and beginning with the budget recommendations. And we have a number of budget recommendations. And so the first item up is approval of 1012 Terrell Budget Mod number 1. And who is going to be presenting on that?
I will, President Oakhock.
Thank you. Carol, floor is yours.
Okay, this is a tribal budget, and in what it is, it's extra money increasing for costs because they need to be covered to meet their needs and their objectives, and the increase in the budget is $13,100. And as you can see on there, it's for supplies, training, the truck, maintenance of the truck, membership fees, and rent for their office uptown. And then also auto expense, fuel, uniforms.
Thank you for that. Council, any questions or comments?
I have a comment, or actually I have a couple of questions. Where is the increase coming from?
The increase?
Mm-hmm. Where's it coming? What's the funding source of it coming? Is it from federal funding?
Harrison, it's marked federal on there as what?
No, it's not. This one isn't. It's the next one.
Which one are you talking about?
Terrell.
Terrell?
Where the increase is coming from? Is it for projected revenues that they're projecting? Is it for money that they've received? Is it for projects that they think they're gonna get? Just wondering what the funding source is and how it's getting increased.
Some of it will come from their tarot fees, but some of it will probably have to come from the general fund.
From where?
From the general fund.
How much is coming from the general fund? Just curious.
It'll depend on what their revenues are from TDC with their payroll tax. That varies a little bit, so I don't know the exact amount of that.
So just in anticipation that they're going to get more money from revenue sources and spend it.
Yeah, normally it's a little over $50,000 a quarter.
Okay, so they're just projecting.
$56,000 a quarter.
So they're just projecting to get a little bit more revenue stream coming in, and so that's where this money is going to be coming from, correct?
Right. If there's any shortfall, though, that will have to come out of the general fund.
Okay. And then I did have another question. Because right here in the salaries, it says Terror Director, Terror Coordinator. So is the manager that was hired here recently, are they being moved into that director position? And is their organization chart, are they trying to get back in line and compliance with their ordinance or with their act by moving this into the director position? That was another thing I was going to ask about, because they hired a manager. They have a director, correct? And that is Ms. Knife Chief, who is the education. She's doing the duties. Then they hired a manager, and then they also have a coordinator. But according to their Tarot Act, they're not in compliance because their Tarot Act doesn't say they can have a manager, correct? Where do those fundings come from? Where is that money coming from to hire on that extra person? Whether it's going to be the manager, coordinator, director.
Well, I think on the commissioner side, they got to look at the ordinance and see if they want to, because previously when they moved Harold back under education, you know, at that time Susie was playing a dual role, so that was meeting the director. So then when they reanalyzed it, they wanted to hire as a manager. So I think the Tarot commissioners need to look at the ordinance to decide if that's going to be a manager permanent position, and that's just changing just that word, but it's just kind of one of those situations I think that they're looking at right now. So I have to get with the commissioners on that. That's just what that is.
And that position, that's why I asked, because that position that they just hired is not reflected in their budget. It says Tarot Director and Tarot Coordinator.
Sam's here. Sam?
Did you see what I mean?
Previously, they had a director and a compliance officer. I think the title of that compliance officer was changed to manager, and then they hired the director position back. My understanding of what they were doing.
Okay, so they don't have a coordinator, they have a Tarot Director and
No, right now they have a manager and a coordinator, correct? Yeah.
That director position's always been titled as a director, but it's always been like a manager level as far as our.
so does the Education Director get paid from this budget, or is she just doing the duties as administratively? And getting paid her regular salary?
No, she just does the administrative oversight right now. So like, just kind of like another example of like tax and finance, and they do a little administrative stuff. But oversight from Tarot is the commissioners.
Okay.
So she's not getting paid out of this budget.
Okay, I was just wondering, because it doesn't reflect anything that we got going on right now in our org chart. And it would be nice to have everything in compliance. So it would be nice to see that reflected in all of their work, in their act, in their budget, and whenever they bring those forward. And it would be nice to know where that funding was gonna come from. Those are things that we have to worry about, because not a lot of funding or revenue is coming in. And if they anticipate getting more, then that's awesome, that's great. But you're spending money that you don't have yet either. So that was my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion if there's not any more questions.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho? Yes. George Gardner, P.S. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next up is approval of 1070 COVID Rehab and Rehabilitation Center, budget mod number 1. And who's going to present on that one?
I will, President. This is the membership dues from the fitness center, and this is depositing them into the account and putting them in line items where they're needed.
Thank you for that. Folks, any questions?
I just have one comment, and I know I already talked to Carol about it. But up on top of the page, it was a bit confusing. Whenever we fill these out, it says that to me, it technically reads that they started out with the $3,000 that we're adding, and then we're putting in the federal funding over there for 2022. So if that could just be corrected. It doesn't reflect that in the bottom of the budget. That's my only comment.
Thank you for that. Any
Actually,
other?
that's not my only comment. I would like us to please be consistent with these, because, you know, this is a lot of money that we're responsible for and that these programs are responsible for. And whenever we make the tiniest mistakes like this, nothing gets reported correctly. And then we wonder whose fault it is to do this stuff and to correct these in the budgets. So I'm just making that recommendation that, you know, let's please do better on these. It's just disappointing to see whenever we were the ones who created these forms, we should be filling them out correctly. So, and if you guys don't like it, then change it. Take it off of there, you know what I mean? But, sorry.
Good point. Thank you. Well taken. Okay.
I'll go ahead and make the motion if there's not any more questions.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Thank you for that. Any comment on the motion, folks? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, if you'll call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho? Yes. George Gardner, P.S. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next up is approval of 3208, Okay, Department of Library budget. And Carol, or is that?
Yes. Yes, this is a new budget, and these funds are to buy furniture and items for the library, supplies, equipment. It says here, as you see on the next page, what all they have bought to set up the library. That's what that is, setting up the new budget and setting up the office.
Excellent, thank you for that. That's for the Cultural Resource Division Library, Research Library.
Yes.
And so any questions on this one, folks? Or comments or concerns?
I don't have any concerns on this one, but where's it going to be located? And do they have the space for it?
I believe it's gonna be located in the Berry Building, either upstairs on the 3rd floor or in Herb's office on the 2nd floor. Any other questions or comments, folks, on this item?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Carol. We have a motion on the floor.
A second.
Thank you, Donna, for the second. We have a motion and a second. Any comment on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Secretary, if you'll call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho? George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Aho, yes.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thanks, council. Next item is approval of MOU with Pawnee Nation Housing Authority and Pawnee Business Council. And who's going to present on this MOU, please?
I will, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a MOU that the Housing Authority has come up with to have with the Pawnee Business Council. And what it is, it provides for a residence to be utilized by the Pawnee Business Council as the Business Council sees fit. This could be for out-of-town tribal council members, or it could be outside vendors. We want to have a place that we can offer travelers to stay at. We've had challenges getting outside people that have come here a good place to stay. So this is something that the Housing Authority has already approved at our last housing meeting. The Board of Directors approved this. They looked it over, made some suggestions, and so we're presenting that, or I'm presenting that tonight on behalf of the Housing Authority to provide for this home. It does call for $800 a month, and it's all bills included, including internet. And we are going to be furnishing the house with 5 beds, I think, amongst other things. So nobody will have to have anything other than bringing their own food to stay at this residence. And the address is 629 Boulder Street, and the Housing Authority does own it. So that is, you guys have this in your packets, and hopefully you've had a good chance at looking at it. I think it's pretty sound, and I'll make a motion to approve this MOU.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between this and the Pecan Grove MOU?
So this MOU is for Business Council business. I mean, it's not for quarantining purposes. It's for outside entities to be able to come here, and we can provide a place, or traveling council members if you're going to be over late night, especially Carol, you know, when she's traveling 2.5 hours. Stuff like that, but we've come up, you know, with outside vendors that need a place, that are going to be working hand in hand with us as our partners, for them to be able to place to stay. Right now, I think a lot of them stay in Tulsa, and so that takes a lot of travel time in between, and takes away from the actual business at hand. So that was the purpose. Yeah, and definitely save us a lot of costs.
And who maintains it?
The housing will maintain it. We'll
keep it clean?
Yeah, we'll continue to keep it clean.
Wash sheets and do all
we'll
those
do
things?
We'll do all that. I've talked to Executive Director Linda Justice, and yes, this is something that she wanted to do for sure.
Really?
And our
But it's
commissioners.
$800 a month for the tribe to pay, right?
Yes, it is. It is all bills paid, so we're talking about all the utilities, which comes up less probably than what a lot of us are paying now. But it's a 2-bedroom home, and been recently renovated. We've got a new central heat and air system that we just installed last week. So and we are looking at replacing these windows. I mean, these are things that we're going to do anyway to the house, but it just felt like it was a good option for the business council to have.
Any other comments, folks? I think this is a good idea because, and I think we'll get the use out of it. And it's certainly, if we just use it a couple times a month, I think it will pay for itself, you know. And we're always having visitors coming in to do business with our council. And we have council people that work late tonight that could just make their way uptown and have a comfortable evening, you know. And so I think it fills the gap, you know, and it makes doing business and working for the council a little bit easier. Cynthia?
So where, probably coming out of the PBC budget, and what line item would that be? And is there money
Yeah,
there
where's
for
that
the whole
coming
year?
from?
And how much is that gonna be? Travel.
For now.
PBC travel.
Any other comments, council? I think if Judy and Charlie Smize come down, they'll have a place to stay, for example, and
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
It
you
makes
betcha.
good sense.
Especially on these contracts that call for reimbursement.
Yeah.
I
Our ag committee, yeah.
Secretary Garvey.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Vice President Canujo.
So, when would,
Can I
when would
stay
this
the night in it?
when would this contract start, and if it's like, say, in, when's today? Today's Monday, golly. So would that start this week? And if so, is the month of April going to be prorated for the Pawnee Nation so that we're not going to?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. We'll prorate it for when it's available, if we approve it, yeah.
And who maintains the calendar?
It's, well, the MOU does call for a year.
Right.
But we know up until the end of December for this budget, so.
And who maintains the calendar for that home?
Oh, any one of us can. I mean, if we want to designate somebody, I mean, I could be the person
the
since
guy,
I'll be
yeah. Okay.
on both sides of this
All right.
fence equation.
All right.
We don't have different people moving in.
Yeah.
I do just have a comment on just making the motion because you work at housing.
Oh,
I would
well,
like
you
to
know
see
what? You're
someone
right.
else make the motion
I
and you
don't mind having
abstain.
somebody else.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion on this, folks? Donna, I see you're poised at your mic.
Yes, so what about priority? Are we gonna have some type of priority if you have like 3 different people that wanna stay in it? Will we have some type of policy that will guide?
You could get a policy ready, couldn't you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah,
Because it
we
needs to have.
we
Yeah,
should work
yeah,
on that
we need it.
together.
Yes,
Okay.
it's
It
definitely.
does- it doesn't just have to come
Yeah.
from my brain, but yeah, definitely. Okay, well, I'll come up with a good policy of priorities.
Cost us the most,
Yes.
the house somewhere else.
Thank you. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any other discussion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canujo? George Carter P. abstains. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Aho.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item up is MOU with the Pawnee Nation Housing Authority and the Terrell program.
What the heck?
And who is going to present on that?
Sam Van Noy, I'm just kidding, I can do it. That's why
Sam?
Sam's here, because he's with Taro and is there ready to answer any questions if we have any. Get on up to the mic. No. So this MOU, which I'm going to probably abstain from, is with the Taro program. So this involves space allocation, and we're looking at the Pawnee Nation Community Center, which is owned by the Housing Authority again. We did recently have our emergency rental assistance program in there. However, we expended funds. We did get a little bit left. So, but we've actually moved Cynthia over to our main office. So we have office space in there that can be secured, and the Taro commissioners approved this already, and so did the housing commissioners. We looked at this MOU, and it made sense for them to be able to go have their own space. Especially with them, I think you're moving the after-school program up to the Berry Building. Is that what and they're doing some renovations there. So it only makes sense that they have a home, and we're running out of space here at the Nation to provide that for them. So the Pawnee Nation Housing Authority and Taro have agreed to come together and have the space cost. And again, it's $800 a month, all bills paid, and we have internet there, and we will maintain the facility as well. Filter changes.
$550.
Huh?
This says $550.
Oh, $550. See, that's even better. And we actually have these 2 program phones for the ERAP program that are not utilized. So right now, we included that in this MOU for Taro to be able to use the 2 phones.
So the Taro office will be at the
Community Center.
community center?
Yes.
Oh, that's
And
very
we feel
cool.
like it's a better place for them to hold trainings and different things, and talking to them, they have lofty goals now. They have lofty goals to enter the economic development region as well. So yeah, you're talking about bringing in more revenues. I feel like they're going to be able to do that based on their programming and their goals. So it makes sense that they might even expand from this, and I hope they do, and become part of our city, right there, Main Street. So $550 a month, all bills paid. I misspoke. And so we all support this from Housing and Taro. And I'm not going to make a motion.
Is this building on Main Street uptown?
Yes, sir.
The Berry, next, just down the street from the Berry Building?
It's right next door to the
bank?
Armstrong Bank,
Okay,
just west of there.
okay, thank you, I got my bearings now, thanks. Donna, did you have a question?
I want to make a motion.
Okay,
To approve the MOU between Taro and Pawnee Nation Housing Authority.
thank you for that. Councilwoman Hare, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second as well. Thank you for that. Any further discussion on this MOU, folks?
I just have a question for Taro after we're all done.
After we're done with this motion? Okay, since Taro is here in person. All right, any other questions or comments on this? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho? I abstain. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare? Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. And Sammy, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Mr. Van Noy, thank you. I've been receiving questions from some of our constituents, elders that live in town. Is the Taro program going to be able to start their lawn service again this year? Will that be happening?
Yeah, we are. We currently have our mowers. They're in the shop right now, just kind of sending the budget monitoring program that we're having to get ready for the mowing season.
Okay.
It all kicks off, I believe it's the 18th this month is when we start the citywide cleanup, and then we just move right on into the mowing phase for the elders.
Okay, and maybe just for our audience that's watching and listening, how does that work? Do they just contact the Taro office?
Yeah, they can get a hold of either Grant Hawkins or Mita at the main desk there, and they'll take down their names and and addresses and such.
And is it jurisdictional only?
Yes, just based on the proximity and,
What map?
yes. I don't
Okay,
know,
what
I'd have to
map it
double
is?
check on that.
All
Since
of
I'm
the
newer to this
maps,
position,
yeah.
I'll have to check what
All of
maps
the
they go
maps.
by. Yes,
All the way to the Cimarron, right?
yes.
Okay.
And
All
then,
right.
I was gonna also mention, for Ms. Harris, she had mentioned 8A contracting earlier, and this is a small step, but this is definitely a step in that direction,
Yeah.
to get into the 8A contracting. It's a long road to get to where we need to be to do it, but this would be one of the first steps.
Well, I'm a big fan of Taro, and I really thank you for your leadership and putting, giving people the opportunity to learn and live and have a job.
And I'm excited for the opportunity to teach and help the Pawnee community any way I can, so I'm
Yeah.
very excited about this opportunity.
Very cool. Thank you. Okay, so folks, your lawns can get mowed, Ms. Collins.
Three cheers for Taro.
Yeah. Boy, I'll say,
is-
really.
Is there a fee for that to
No,
the
not-
elders?
Not for the elders, no.
By golly, that's awesome, very awesome.
What about elders that live out of town within the jurisdictional boundaries?
Yes, we do provide services to
Okay,
those.
so they just need to
Not
contact.
just mowing, there's other things. If they have things that they
Okay.
need, have them contact our office and see what we can work with them on.
And what's that number again? What's your phone number?
918 762-3621, extension 122.
Thank you, Sam. Awesome.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. That's very nice. Thanks for raising that question, Sammy. That's
Oh, yeah, it's important.
important because
Yeah.
the grass don't wait for nobody.
No, and these folks
They
can't
just,
do it.
they just
can't
wait
do
on
it.
Taro. It waits on Taro, but nobody else.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
So, the motion carried, is that we voted on it, so we're ready to move on? Okay, thank you. Next up is, Resolution 22-2025, Utility Commission appointment. And I believe the first, person is, Mr. Chris McCray.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2225, appointing Chris McCray to the Utility Commission.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. Any comments or questions on this, folks? I just wanted to mention one brief thing. I don't know what the governing documents are for the Utility Commission or what its scope of work is, but I would think that with us moving into the broadband and possibly solar, that we might want to take a hard look at the scope of work for the Utilities Commission to upgrade it and enlarge its scope and really make it a player in some of the important work that Vice President is working on, to bring it online as a powerhouse utility commission, that is really active, so.
And the commission is going to be bringing forward some revisions, and they're looking at both of those as well. So with these new ones coming on, they're going to get them updated and move forward.
Great, excellent, excellent.
Who chairs that?
Right now, Leanna Teeter, but it'll go on, since she's not getting reappointed, they will choose who their term.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, excellent. So, any further discussion on this motion, please, folks? Mr. Secretary, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canulo. George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Aho.
Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is Resolution 22-26, Utility Commission appointment for Leah Gardapi.
President Egelhawk, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2226 to appoint Leah Gardapi to the Utility Commission.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Butler, for your motion, and Councilwoman Kimball for your second. Folks, any questions on or comments on this motion?
Yeah, it's Leah Gardapi Van Noy.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Sam. I forgot about the dash.
No disrespect intended, Sam.
Oh, her over there.
I just canceled Sam out by accident. A great lady she is, and with a great husband.
Yes.
So I think we would be very fortunate to have her on this utility commission. So any other questions or comments, folks? Okay, do we have a motion and a second on it? Okay, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canujo? Yes. I will officially abstain since that beautiful human being is my sister. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Abstain.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Motion carries. Next item up is approval of statute 2202, Revenue and Taxation Act Addition, Chapter 10, Section 1015, for out-of-state vehicles. And who's going to present on that, please?
I'll do the introduction, and then Mr. Fields will be up to answer any questions. But
Okay.
the Tax Commission came to the Governing Documents Committee and for review of this revision to their act, and they went through their 90-day or 30-day comment period, and they're bringing it up to the council for had no comments, and are bringing it forward to the council for approval. But if you have any questions on it, Lyle can actually give you a little bit of background of what this is.
Thank you, and welcome, Lyle. It's good to see you. And can you turn on his mic? Is his
Yes,
mic?
hello.
It's always good to see you, sir.
Good evening, Council. Chief Leading Fox, Chief Littleson. This is in regards to, it's for the benefit of tribal members. Current right now with the state of Oklahoma, if an individual owns a vehicle and the title's been in their name at least 60 days, they're not charged an excise tax. So with our current code, they would be charged an excise tax. So it's beneficial for the tribe member. We want to make sure it's, otherwise they could go to the state there, it'd be cheaper with the state there. So we're just making sure it's a beneficial tribe member. The title's in their own name for at least 60 days, and then they're not charged an excise tax. That's pretty much the background out there. Any questions?
Any questions of Lyle, please?
I don't have a question, but this has been an issue that has come up for the Tax Commission for a while. They expressed to the committee, and so they're just addressing the issue.
Yes, well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to do because a lot of our tribal members find themselves in that situation. So I'm glad we're closing that gap.
Okay, thank you.
If the council has no questions, I'll make a motion to approve this resolution to approve our statute 2202 for the Revenue and Tax Act addition.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilwoman Butler with a second from Councilman Evans. And any further discussion on this motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, Mr. Secretary.
Jordan Canujo? George Carter, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Council. This statute is approved, hereby enacted into law, so
Thank you, Council.
congratulations. Thank you very much, Lyle, for your work. Next up is approval of Resolution 22-28, Pawnee Nation Fiscal Policy and Procedure Addition, Appendix A, Section 5, collateralization of bank accounts and public funds. And who's going to present on that, please?
I will. President, this is a time-sensitive document, And what it is, it's addressing the statute brought to our attention by the Bureau of Indian Affairs after they did our audit. And passing this policy and this resolution, we adhere to 25 USC 450E3. And this will cover what the BIA wants. And our PBC government response to this addresses the custodial credit risk and addresses our responsibilities to monitor and document. And the resolution is in here and all the attached documentation. What happened was, as you will see from the letter from the Bureau, this was typed on March the 28th, and I do not know when it actually was opened at the tribal offices, but we had already had our budget meeting, so it did not go before the budget committee. We're bringing it straight to the council for consideration because the deadline that they're wanting this to submit it back is April 15th. So there was a very short window of time, and we just didn't, have enough time to get it before the budget committee. So what its collaterals that were okay. Do you want me to read the resolution or no? Does everybody read it? Okay. Okay.
It is in everybody's folder, so.
I could read the most important.
Okay.
Okay.
That would be nice.
Whereas the Pawnee Nation Constitution, Article 4, Number 2 reads, subject to the limitations imposed by this Constitution and applicable federal law, the Pawnee Business Council shall exercise all the inherent statutory and treaty powers of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma by the enactment of legislation, the transaction of business, and by otherwise speaking or acting on behalf of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma on all matters which the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma is empowered to act. And whereas the Pawnee Business Council accepts the addition of Appendix G, cash management, investment, and other Treasury policies, Section 5, collateralization of bank accounts, public funds in the Pawnee Nation fiscal policies and procedures. Now therefore be it resolved, the Pawnee Business Council does hereby approve the addition of the Pawnee Nation fiscal policies and procedures, Appendix G, cash management, investment, and other Treasury policies.
Thank you for that, Treasurer Chapman, and also the pertinent sections of the Section G there is in our notebooks.
President Eckhoff?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. So are we adding number 5 or are we revising number 5? Adding, so it's adding, and it says exactly what they put in this right here is basically what it says. I know it says public monies and stuff, but that kind of, I don't know, didn't sound right. Okay, just wondering.
If there are any more questions, yes.
It was a cash management finding on the audit for 2020. Yes. Yeah, the issue was with this audit, we had so little tribal funds in our account that it wasn't enough to the federal funds were over the FDIC limit of $250,000, and that account was not collateralized, so we didn't have enough tribal funds to cover it. So that's the reason we had the finding. Yes, we already transferred that account to a public funds account, so it's covered now. So.
Well, if you read it, it explains it. It was.
Yeah, it just memorializes what we've already done.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, council?
Any other questions? Cynthia, you look like you need a question.
Yeah, I have, I guess more of a comment than a question here really is that I know this is needing to be taken care of by the 15th and everything else. Yeah, there's a lot of information that was provided and given the time to be able to look through it and everything else. It's kind of, I mean, if we need to approve it, I understand everything else. I mean, to me, I just kind of want to have more time to digest what was presented and everything else.
Right.
On that matter.
Such a short.
If we could, President, I mean, I don't know if this holds anything up on the finance side or whatever that might be, but if we could look at scheduling a meeting, even if it needs to be a virtual for this one item or whatever it might be, to give, at least in my opinion, unless somebody else needs to look at it more, I mean, if everybody's good with what we have here, but I feel like I got to go through a little bit more thoroughly than what we've given the time for it as well. Just to kind of go over, I mean, I'm not saying that anything's, negative or wrong in that sense, but I just want to be able to make sure we have a good, thorough look at what we're approving tonight and not really rush through it in the sense of it needing, in the urgency that needs to be done for that matter. That would be my only comment to that, and I'm just kind of want to gauge the council and see what their thoughts are on that as well. If you've had enough time for that, that's fine. I can abstain from this vote so that it does get taken care of. I don't want to hold anything up on our auditing aspect as well. I mean, if we can get a quick meeting together, this week sometime.
I would be inclined to have a meeting outside of this meeting just to understand it, right? I mean, I know it's urgent, but at the same time, that's why I'm posing questions too, because I kind of don't get it, so.
Yeah.
I'd agree with you.
So Laura May was the one who helped draft this?
Yes.
So that we could be in compliance. I'm okay if it was Laura May, to be honest with you.
Yeah, she thoroughly went over it and prepared.
And you guys are comfortable with it as well? I know you have to be, but.
That didn't look very confident when you did
that.
I know,
it's like, if there's any doubt, let us know now. I trust her judgment.
What's in the CFR, so.
Is that all it is?
Paraphrasing that language, so.
So I will ask the question that I was gonna ask that I kind of skipped over. So you said that there wasn't enough tribal funding in the account, correct? And we're supposed to always keep enough funding to take care of these expenditures, correct? So what is our plan to mitigate against that happening? Is it just something that we can't do, or is it something that, yes, it comes up at times because we don't have revenues that come through? What's our plan to make sure that there's always funds available to cover these types of grants and these funds that come through for other agencies?
Yeah, so normally, like I've said in the past, we like to have a minimum. I mean, this is like bare minimum of like $500,000 in tribal funds in our accounts to, cover any grants receivable, that we have from funding agencies that reimburse us. In 2020, on the audit, we had like $104,000 in tribal cash. We had approximately $750,000 in that account. That account, whenever it was set up, honestly should have been set up as a public funds account anyway. It wasn't done that way initially. So we weren't covered with collateralization, which is the banks take money, or they take usually mortgage-backed securities, and they pledge that to your account to protect those funds. It's kind of like additional FDIC insurance, sort of, but it's pledged securities that back that money, and that wasn't covered. So that's where the shortfall came in. So the tribe had money, we just didn't have enough coverage on that particular account to be in compliance with the CFR.
whatever you want to do, I mean.
So the question, council, is whether we feel comfortable based upon the work of Laura May and Harrison here on this time-sensitive matter, or whether we want to review it for ourselves and better inform ourselves and have a meeting sometime before Friday, which is when this deadline is due. And so it's up to the council what you all want to do here. And I do know it is a kind of a complicated matter, and it's short notice laying it on us at this late hour, and looking at it just for a few seconds is I know it makes everybody uncomfortable. So it's really up to the council what you want to do. I'm good either way myself, because I have full confidence in both Laura May and also Harrison. But on the other hand, equally important is the comfort level of the council. We're the stewards here, so it's up to y'all. And Carol, what is your thought? You're our treasurer.
Okay. Well,
so,
I understand, and I'm okay with a meeting, but Laura May went very in depth with it. She's the one who worked on this, and with Harrison. In back to 2020, that was when we were in the pandemic, remember, and we didn't get our assessments from the Development Corporation. And remember, we were very worried about, Harrison brought it to our attention at that time that the accounts were getting very low because we did not receive enough funds. But that was during the,
I'm trying to forget that. But
oh, it was awful.
It was a scary time, cash flow wise,
But I'm very confident in Laura May's work on the. She takes excellent care of our BIA accounts and is on top of everything, and also with Harrison's knowledge of how it's supposed to be. And he did mention that it should have been set up that way back years ago, and it was not initially set up that way. So. I'm okay with it.
We're ready to vote. I'll make the motion. I'll second.
All right, council, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Secretary, call for the vote if you would, sir, please.
Jordan Canuho. George Gard, P. Yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Aho. Yes.
Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
I'll abstain as well.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Call that having confidence in your staff, I guess, Okay, what's next here?
President,
I believe this, yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, with all due respect, I have confidence in our staff. I just wanted to know a little bit more.
Right,
Thank you.
I understand.
Yeah,
And
I wanted to put that out there, yeah.
as I say, it could go either way in my opinion, I understand
Yeah.
both. So this brings us to executive session. So with that, do we have anything else before executive session? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, approval to rescind resolution 2196 building allocation, Pawnee Nation Youth Learning Center.
Okay, so what is, tell me again now, what are we doing?
Rescinding the resolution 2196, the building allocation that was previously.
Oh, okay, so is this on the agenda for action?
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
Okay, let's turn to that then at this point. And who's going to present on that?
That was me.
Okay.
So originally we had allocated the multipurpose wellness center for the Pawnee Nation Youth Learning Center, and now with our agricultural commerce that I've already talked about, we're looking at possibly allocating that for the project. Although we haven't done it officially, that's why we took off number 8, the building allocation. But we do know that it's not going to be the Pawnee Nation Youth Learning Center right now. with that being said, I'm calling to rescind that resolution.
Thank you for that. Any questions of George, folks?
No, I didn't make a motion.
This went through the property committee. They came to the property committee and asked that we rescind the allocation of the building, and property committee approved it.
Thank you for that information, Donna. Appreciate.
I'll make the motion to rescind.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho. Yes. George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare. Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. And now, I think we turn to executive session. Is that correct, folks?
President Echohawk, I'll
yes.
make a motion to go into executive session.
Okay. And I think it's getting on into the evening, but do you all want to take a 5-minute break? We'll take 5 and then we'll go into executive session. So, folks, if you could let...
we need a second on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself again. Did we have a motion?
Yes.
And now we need a second. Is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay. Call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho. George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler. Donna Hare. Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. We'll go into a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back and do this executive session. morning is admin leave for you guys, all of y'all. For admin leave until 11 o'clock. If that works, or we could actually do till noon if you guys wanted to get some shut-eye. It's late, very late.
What time you coming in? Okay, fine, don't. We got the
Okay, let's go back on. Let me know when we're back on the record here. And, should I close this down? Oh, okay.
Are we back?
Okay, I think we're back.
I'll make a motion to come out of executive session.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote, please, sir.
Holy smokes, who made that motion? Jordan Canuho? Yes. Who made the motion? Who made the motion? Oh, easy, okay. George Garby, yes. Carol Chapman? Yes. Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Hope.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Amy Kimmel?
Yes.
Thank you, council. We're back into open session, and let the record reflect that in executive session, we discussed two items. We didn't take formal action at that time, but the first item was on a personnel matter, which is confidential under our HR policies and procedures. And the second item was a discussion with our Attorney General as well as our broadband experts / solar experts, Mr. Lyle McVeigh and Alex, what is Alex's last name? Essinger, who briefed us on business development ideas and proposals for pending solar project for 200 homes that would be served here in the Pawnee area to get solar to our tribal members. And we're hoping to get a grant together in the amount of $2 million to be able to serve 200 homes in the area here by solar. And we were being brought up to speed on this development enterprise and proposal by our experts. And since a lot of it was legal in nature, we had our Attorney General and basically bringing the council up to speed on this time-sensitive project. So that is what we discussed, and this brings us to setting the next meeting date, and we were looking at next Monday, April 18. And what time, council, would you like to meet on next Monday? (5:30) too early for you, Donna? Okay, how about 6:30? 6:30? 6? Does that work for everyone? Cynthia?
Can it be virtual? I mean, or we're just gonna meet on this one
Yeah,
item?
it's just a one item thing, and by golly, you know what? It's in the nature of an emergency meeting on this solar will be the only issue unless people start piling on. So I would recommend it be a virtual meeting, really, for everyone's convenience. If that works for, it would be a Teams meeting. There will be just that one item that we're talking about. So 6 o'clock Monday then, on the 18th. Okay, is that okay?
Doing great.
Okay, did you want to?
I do want to say something. I know you guys were ready to go home, but I wanted to remind you guys of the Princess Dance that is on Saturday. You guys are all invited to come, and we'll be crowning our new princess, Quinlan Spears. So, and then I make a motion to adjourn.
Oh,
I second.
all right. Clock on the wall, folks. Says it's past time to go home. So we have a motion to adjourn and a second. Call for the vote, sir.
Jordan Canoe? Yes. George Garpy, yes. Carol Chapman? Yes. Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Oh.
Dean Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Campbell?
Yes.
Thank you, council. We are dismissed. The time is 11:20 p.m.